welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for the 129th anniversary season of thoroughbred racing here from Fort Erie, Ontario. It is a beautiful day to be here at the races. 17 degrees Celsius or 63 Fahrenheit. Partly cloudy, beautiful skies, slight breeze at 7 miles per hour. The main track is fast today. We have no turf racing today. All 8 races will take place on the dirt. Happy to be back for an 8-race card. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Sunday, June 7th. Post time will be 12:15. Be sure to stick around after the last race today for a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring the Figure 4. Be sure to come out for Father's Day racing Sunday, June 21st, presented by Portage M&A Advisory. Post time will be 12:15. We'll have stakes races, a farmer's market, and prize draws. On Father's Day, you can win the Ultimate Dad Golf Prize Package. Enter your non-winning tickets at customer service for a chance to win the prize. And be sure to come out for Canada Day, racing on June 30th. Post time will be 4:30, and we'll have our concert after the races featuring Rock Garden. The fan favorite Wiener Dog races come back on Sunday, July 12th. As always, admission is free. For registration details, check out our website. And Fort Foodie Fest is returning on Sunday, August 30th. Be sure to come out for racing and the Food Truck Festival, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Labor Day this year. That's Monday, September 7th. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. And we'll be having non-winning ticket draws today. Bring your non-winning tickets to customer service and drop them in the basket to enter the prize draw. Today's non-winning ticket draw prize is a $50 gift certificate to Lasting Impressions. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700. Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. I'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep our grass looking green and lush. And a shout out to our partners at Oneida and New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our track maintenance. Pick 5 pools today, guaranteed at $10,000. Pick 5s kick off in races 1 and 4. Pick 4s in races 2 and 5. Those pools guaranteed at $7,500. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Up next are the changes on today's card. No changes in the first. Race 1 is clear. In race 2, we have an ownership correction. The ownership on the number 2 Super Iconic should read Andre Ellis, Don Mark Powell, and Kieran Palmer. In race 3, take note that the number 3 Charlita will race with bar shoes. Race 4 is clear. No changes in the fourth. In race 5, the Summer Solstice Cup, we have an overweight on the number 1, Frederica's Rose. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 122. Race 6 is clear. No changes in race 7. And race 8, the $30,000 guaranteed sprint into Summer Cup is clear. No changes in the 8th. So we've got 8 races on tap today. We've got Ashley Mayu on site with me to do some handicapping. For today's card, let's take a look at our picks in the first race. Race 1 is a 6250 claimer for the mares Never Won 2, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Ashley, it's good to see you back. Let's get right into it. Who do you like in the first?
Yeah, it's a tough card too, Doug. I think we have horses that we don't know how they're going to handle the dirt off the layoff, and then horses coming in from a variety of jurisdictions. I thought in this opening race on the card, the 3 and the 4 were probably the ones to give the most love to. I know we both like these horses in some regard. I went to the 3 Someday Girl, who is going to get back on the dirt for the first time. I thought her career best effort by far was here when she was able to graduate. I know it was against sort of lesser competition in a lot of ways and an off track, but the way that she closed I thought was very impressive as well. So the big question will be if she's ready to roll, since we haven't seen her since December.
Yeah, Someday Girl really had a strong turn of foot in that race. I definitely see what you're going for there. I've gone to the number 4, Get Out the Vote. Now under the care of John Sims, we have Steve Jadu, who's going to be a new regular in the riding colony this year. Get Out the Vote, I think, is the fastest out of the gate here, and more than ready. She should take to the dirt, so I expect her to go gate to wire to kick off the season. Moving on to race 2. It's another claiming race, price of $5,000 down to $4,750. This is for 3-year-olds and up which haven't won a race this year or not won 4. It's a 5-furlong sprint to kick off the early pick 4 on the card. Field of 6 going to go here. The always dangerous Adamo and Icon Racing Stables team have a very live one here with Back to Reality and Sofia Vives, who had a good start at Finger Lakes in April, and I think is going to be tough to run down here.
Yeah, I think this is a 2-horse race between the 1 Forest Splash and the 5 Back to Reality. I think, you mentioned the fitness edge here with the Adamo and Icon Racing entrant. I think that gives this one a little bit of an edge, although just 3 for 13 here with a bunch of runner-up placings. If it's not Back to Reality, it does seem to be Forest Flash, who returned to the Jeff Voice barn late last season, was able to win in that lone start. And then obviously prior success has typically been for this barn.
Yeah, exactly. Forest Flash, very nice horse, loves this surface. And the Voice barn, always a high percentage outfit here at Fort Erie. I think if there's a pace meltdown, maybe Star Scholar could pick up the pieces, but I agree 5 and 1 are the ones to beat here. Race 3 is a maiden claimer, fillies and mares, going 5 furlongs, 6250 down to 6,000 here. It's a field of 6 and a couple of new faces to Fort Erie here.
Absolutely. And have some interest here in the Archie bred, the 2 Meritu that goes out now for Stephen Cathcart. Has been all over the place, right? Oaklawn Park and then Will Rogers Downs. I thought the efforts all in all were good. We'll see if necessarily this one wants to sprint, but I think some of the sprint efforts are good enough to win here if the form translates. But I do want to point out that last effort, that narrow defeat, was going a mile, so now this horse has to cut back.
Yeah, I mean, the Cathcart barn really has a loaded hand here with Meritude and Strike a Note. I think Strike a Note, Seattle Serenades seem to take well to the dirt here and has that start at Woodbine behind a Winter Fit Shining Silver. So I think Strike a Note should be in better position here. Alexis Sanchez was one of Cathcart's go-to riders here, and Meritude will be ridden by another new face to Fort Erie, Praven Badri, formerly a leading rider at Assiniboia Downs. Race 4 kicks off the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5. It's an 8,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4, 6 furlongs the distance. I know we have the 2 cups today, but you can argue this is the best quality race of the day.
Yeah, and a very tough way to kick off the late pick 5. I think I struggled a little bit in here. I do go to the outside, the 7, whereas Essa, for a couple of reasons. I do think in some ways is the class of the field, has a fair bit of speed and draws the outside, proven here. And, maybe the question here is the layoff, but I think returning at this level compared to what we've seen him return in years past, this is probably a better spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Sharon Chicotto barn is a very consistent, good outfit here. I've gone to the 2 Silent Miracle, another Jeff Voice trainee. This was claimed at Woodbine for $7,000 at the end of last season. Never been on the dirt before, but he has speed. And this is a horse with back class. At one point in this horse's career, he ran a 90 buyer at Woodbine. I also want to give a shout out to the 3 Paperback Hero. Very well handled by Roy Augustino for the past several seasons. Very regular check earner. The Augustino barn really done well with Paperback Hero. Race 5 is the first of our featured events today. It's the $30,000 guaranteed Summer Solstice Cup. This is a 5 furlong maiden stakes for fillies and mares who have been based here at Fort Erie. It starts the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4, and I think we have a very fascinating entrant in the 4 seeking title ready for Mickey Neubauer and Charles Fipke.
Absolutely. I thought ran exceptionally well on debut given the trip, then obviously had some issues, went to the sidelines. And you mentioned now with Mickey Neubauer. I'm not sure necessarily 5 ace is the end game for this filly, but based on the workout tab, pedigree, and what we've seen so far, I do think in a lot of ways she is the horse to beat.
Yeah, I'm just curious what she's going to do. When she went to the lead at Woodbine, that was the disappointing, right? She set blistering fractions 44-4. Clearly that's not what she wants to do, but she should have enough speed to be tactical here, even with the cutback to 5/8. If you're not interested in her, I think the 2 others are Naked in the Forest and Captain Clutch, both off $15,000 claims from Woodbine. Race 6 starts the final rolling pick 3 of the day. It's a 5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6.5 furlongs to distance. Field of 6 set to go here.
Yeah, I think this race is a little interesting from a pace perspective. Doug, when I looked at it, it's going to be interesting to see who is able to go. And ultimately, I think a tough horse from the inside is the number 1, If You Insist, for Marc Fournier, who's a 4-time winner here over this main track. I know this horse can sprint, can go long. I'm really curious about the 6.5, getting back to this distance. Was able to win over a muddy track back in July at the 6.5. But you might say the last 2 were less than ideal, different ball game up at Woodbine. So always been a fan of this horse, and you can see through the past performances, level doesn't typically matter to him.
Yeah. I kind of was thinking the same thing as you. I was looking for who's going to go to the lead. I ended up with Name of the Game going for Dan Wills, who got a very good run out of this horse at Woodbine when he was second behind Dissectologist, then disappointed in his final start on December 5th. I think he is the fastest out of the gate. If You Insist as that kind of 23-46 speed, Name of the Game is more pure sprint. I don't know if he's going to be good enough to hold off If You Insist, but Kirk Johnson has a habit of getting these horses out of the gate very well, so I'm going to take a look at Name of the Game here. Race 7 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, wide open, no conditions, 5.5 furlongs is the distance to kick off the late double, and we have the 5.5 furlong distance track record holder in Garofoli here.
Yeah, and you have a couple of new faces as well. So you have some horses that are obviously all proven here at Fort Erie, and 2 have yet to try the main track here. And when it came down to it, I was a little torn between the 3 and the 5. I just think the 3 has the fitness edge based on what we saw last year. Put in some big efforts, was able to win with that cup race on Father's Day weekend out here. And if it's not him, I do think it's Shaku Maku, who I don't mind from the outside draw. Always curious to see how he's going to be out of the gate, as that sometimes he's a little bit of a bad actor back there, Doug, but a horse that he is the most proven here, an 8-time winner.
Yeah, I mean, I love Shaku Maku. I'm a big fan, but Garofoli and Shaku Maku have run against each other several times. Garofoli's finished in front every time, and like you said, he has that fitness edge from the Finger Lakes start on May 5th. So I think Garofoli going to be tough under Sofia Vives. Interesting new face in the number 1 Pine Knoll, a 9-year-old veteran who has been based up at Woodbine at high levels in recent years. We'll see how he takes to the Fort Erie surface. Last race of the day, race 8, is the $30,000 guaranteed sprint into Summer Cup. Jackpot High 5 starts here, 5 furlong maiden stakes for the Colton Geldings. Field of 9, and I think it's extremely wide open. I think you can make a case for probably 7 of the 9.
I would agree with you. And you mentioned with the Jackpot High 5 in play. Good luck. You're going to need some coverage throughout here. I'm a little bit on my own. I'll go to the outside and here the number 9 Sasagula River, now in the barn of Roy Agostino, who claimed this one for $15,000. Showed speed on the debut when finishing 3rd. The runner-up was a next time out winner. I know it was only against 7,500, but Turfway Park has gotten a lot more competitive in recent years with their purse structure. And then last time out, different trip on a slight stretch out from 6 to 6.5, where this horse had to rate, make a move, and came up 3rd best. So I think from a pedigree perspective, it should be just fine here on the dirt. 7-2 on the morning line.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't get out of the gate all out of the gate all that well at Woodbine. He should be more forward here. I like Aston Style. If you go back, I think he has the best dirt form. He's been competitive in maiden special weight races at Gulfstream on the dirt in the past. Fit from racing at Gulfstream over the winter. I like this one with Melanie Pinto for Sharon Chicotto. But again, many cases can be made here. It's by no means an easy race to close out the opening day card. We've got 25 minutes to first post today. Best of luck with all of your wagers. Plenty of food trucks and a farmer's market to enjoy downstairs. So enjoy this beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Fort Erie Racetrack, and let's hope for a fantastic 2026 racing season. Ashley, thanks for joining me.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Welcome back here to Fort Erie as we get ready for the 2026 season. Here in the opener, we do have an early pick 5 with a $10,000 guarantee. And a group of fillies and mares, non-winners to 2 life, in for the $6,250 tag. And with all of our races today, we will be on the main track, and 5.5 furlongs is the distance. It's going to be an interesting race from a fitness perspective. A lot of horses we haven't seen so far this year. And that's sort of in contrast here with the 5, Sultry Sophie, who does have those 2 races under her belt so far. But I went in a different direction. Do have a lot of respect here for the 3, Someday Girl, who is interesting from the perspective that she's going to get back to Fort Erie, where she's only had 1 try here on the dirt. It was an off track where she was able to close from off of it, which I thought was impressive, and ended up dominating there by 4 lengths. Now, I don't think it was necessarily a quality maiden event, but she overcame a trip that can be tough over a wet track. So look for her to take a step forward here. We'll just have to see if she's fit enough, but Patrick Dixon does a very good job, and this one gets the call from Luis Contreras. Now the 4, Get Out the Vote, goes out for John Sims here and Denise Carpenter, a horse that has a fair bit of speed. As you go down the page and look at those races, especially in September of last year up at Woodbine, and just knowing how speed fares over this dirt surface, it can certainly be beneficial to have early foot. So I think this horse, if this one's sharpest out of the gate, could be very dangerous if left alone on the lead. It's going to make a ton of sense. And then finally, in terms of horses that have experience here, the 2, Disgruntled Pelican would be that one as well. Very familiar with this track with 8 starts under her belt. She was able to graduate here. And while her performances sort of trailed off later in the season, I wouldn't hold that against her. I have to say she's a horse that when she gets a little full of herself, I typically don't like seeing that from her. And she has been very well behaved so far here in the walking ring, which I think is a positive sign. We'll see the trip that she gets. Typically she's a length and a half off of it and tries to make one run. And maybe that will suit her well against this group here. So don't forget, this is going to kick off the early pick 5, the first of 8 races on opening day. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,150. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 1 post parade. Number 1 is Super Serenade. Harrison Lewis rides for trainer Howard Keene, who owns in partnership with Ian Ricardo Brown. Richard Davis owns and trains the number 2 Disgruntled Pelican. The rider is Pierre Mailhot. Number 3 is Someday Girl. Luis Contreras has the mount for trainer Patrick Dixon and owners Kim Miller and Kevin Bryan. Number 4 is Get Out the Vote, ridden today by Steve Jadu. John Sims trains and part owns with Denise Carpenter. Completing the field, number 5, Sultry Sophie, Andre Martin rides for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. 6 minutes to post for the first race of the 2026 season here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Get your wagers in early. Race 1 starts to $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5. Starting gate is moving into position. 3 minutes to post for race 1. 3 minutes to get your first race wagers in. 1 minute to post. Race 1 field will be approaching the starting gate shortly. Last call to get your Race 1 wagers in. And field for Race 1 is approaching the starting gate. And Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money favorite as we begin loading is the number 4, Get Out the Vote. 5-2 on numbers 3, Someday Girl, and 5, Sultry Sophie. First of 8 on opening day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. First to come up will be Super Serenade and Harrison Lewis. Disgruntled Pelican and Pierre Mailhot to gate 2. Someday Girl and Luis Contreras. 4 to 5 on Get Out the Vote and Steve Jadu. Cheek pieces on Sultry Sophie with Andre Martin to complete the line. All set. Gates fly back. We are off and racing for the 129th anniversary season here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Down along the inside, the early lead belongs to Super Serenade, battling with Get Out the Vote. These two have opened up a length and a half on Sultry Sophie, who began a bit tardily but has advanced into third. It's another 2 lengths to Someday Girl, racing on the inside in fourth, and the early trailer is Disgruntled Pelican. They race out of the backstretch and onto the turn, and now Get Out the Vote at 3 to 5 takes the advantage, opens up a length on Super Serenade as they complete the opening quarter in 22 and 4. Sultry Sophie and the cheek pieces moving into second. It's 3 lengths back to Someday Girl, and now Disgruntled Pelican comes off the inside to try and launch a rally. But as they turn for home, they've got a lot of work to do to catch Get Out the Vote, who's up by 5 and moving comfortably. 45 and 4 to the half with just over a furlong to go. Get Out the Vote has extended the lead to 7. Super Serenade trying to hold off a tired Sultry Sophie. Someday Girl down along the inside, but an absolute procession. Get Out the Vote and Steve Jadu kick off the season in style. Get Out the Vote by 6 over Super Serenade, Sultry Sophie, Someday Girl, and Disgruntled Pelican, 104 and 2. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 4, Get Out the Vote. Second, number 1, Super Serenade. Third, number 5, Sultry Sophie. And fourth, number 3, Someday Girl. Unofficial race 1 order is 4-1-5-3. Now in the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 4, Get Out the Vote. Get Out the Vote is a 6-year-old chestnut mare by More Than Ready out of Golden State, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm. Steve Jadu with the winning ride on the first race of the season. Get Out the Vote is trained by John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Second lifetime win in 19 starts for Get Out the Vote, who takes her dirt debut in style, completing the 5.5 furlongs in a time of 104 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Get Out the Vote. Race 1 is now official.
Yeah, these are all Ashley. So race 1, 3-4-2, 2 is 5-1-4.
Prices are up, a short price on Get Out the Vote, $340 to win, $220 and $210. Second, number 1, Super Serenade, $660 to place, $330. Third, number 5, Sultry Sophie, $2.60 to show. $2 exacta, 4-1, $21 even. The $1 try, 4-1-5, $24 even. $1 super, 4-1-5-3, $39.65.
Brad, for the next race, are we, what should we, call it? Oh, okay.
All right, so
He says we're gonna scrap that.
scrap that. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to hit stop,
Yep.
capture, edit.
And then scrub for the timeline.
Races. So the first element is the field price. Just one over for
Sorry, yep. Sorry, yeah.
So the field price.
Yep. 15 seconds of that. And then races. Yeah.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and
Race 2 up next. This is a $5,000 claiming event. 5 furlongs is the distance here for horses that have not won a race in 2026 or have not won 4 races in their career. We'll kick it off with the number 5 here, Back to Reality, who, when you look at this race on paper, it does look like a 2-horse race. It's either between this one and Forest Flash. I do give Back to Reality a little bit of an edge with that race under his belt. He was able to race at Finger Lakes going 4.5 back on April 28th, where he ended up being second best, but was game throughout. The winner came back to win in the following start as well, so I think it speaks a little bit to the depth. And while this is going to be a little bit further, I don't think it's an issue. A horse that's obviously been successful here at Fort Erie in the past, a 3-time winner. Does have a lot of second-place finishes, though, on the resume. So if you're looking at someone else, I think the horse to look at is the number 1, Forest Flash, who reunited with Jeff Voice late in the season last year. They were able to win in that lone start, and then he went to the shelf. This barn has done very well with him. His best races have been under the care of Jeff and Robin, and I just think kind of looking at the post, the speed, a lot works well for him today, but obviously there's other speed as well. So we'll see if he's fit enough to go off the freshening. And finally from here, the number 4, Star Scholar. We saw John Sims win the opener here on opening day. He'll try to make it the early double with this son of Society's chairman, who, you look at him, he's 3 for 45. The joke was last year it took him a while to get the second win, but once he did that, he was able to get that third win in 2 starts later. So he came to life late in the season. A horse is going to need some pace help. As you can see in his races, he's been able to close from off of it, even on an off track. But I think the light bulb finally went on late last year. We'll see if he can sort of pick up where he left off. But on paper, looks like the number 5, Back to Reality, and the 1, Forest Flash, hold a little bit of an edge over this field, especially with their early foot. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, And 20-cent early pick 4 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $7,500.
We have 5 furlongs on this race, so we won't have a split. So that makes life easy for you. So usually I thought.
Race 2 post parade. Number 1 is Forest Flash, ridden today by Ishmael Mosquera, trained by Jeff Voice, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Number 2 is Super Iconic. Juan Crawford pilots for trainer Kieran Palmer, who owns in partnership with Andre Ellis and Don Mark Powell. We'll come back to the 3. Number 4 is Star Scholar, ridden today by Steve Jadu for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. On screen now, the number 3, Gus's Gamble, ridden today by Deshaun Bino for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Icon Racing Stables own the number 5, Back to Reality, Sofia Vives riding for trainer Tony Adamo. And completing the field, number 6, Action Point, Mikey David has the call for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Weems. $7,500 guaranteed early. Pick 4 starts here. There's 1 minute to post. Starting gate moving into position at the 5 furlong marker. Not much time left to get those race 2 wagers in. $7,500 guaranteed early. Pick 4 starts here. Race 2 field is beginning to approach the starting gate. Last call to get your wagers in. And field for race 2 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 5, Back to Reality. They've backed in Gus's Gamble. He'll be the first in the starting gate. Deshaun Bino to climb back aboard. Next to come up will be Forest Flash and Ishmael Mascara to the inside. Super Iconic in the white blinkers with Juan Crawford. Star Scholar looking to give Steve Jadu, John Sims, and Denise Carpenter both ends of the early double. He's a 5-to-1 offering as he steps up. Back to Reality at 3 to 5, Sofia Vives and the Icon Silks, and the last up will be Action Point and Michael David. All set. And they're off. Perfect beginning. Forest Flash out well along the inside, but Back to Reality is quick to engage. Third stalking is Gus's Gamble under Deshaun Bino. Out wide and fourth is Action Point, sharing position with Super Iconic, and the early trailer under a hold is Star Scholar. The 2 favorites has rocketed off. They've opened up 5 lengths on the rest. It's Forest Flash with a half-length advantage on Back to Reality. Snappy opening quarter, 22-1. It's 6 lengths back to Super Iconic, who's coming up the inside of Gus's Gamble. Star Scholar next, past Action Point. Less than 2 furlongs to go. Forest Flash trying to get away from Back to Reality, who's not given up yet. Super Iconic in the white blinkers has moved into third. Star Scholar trying to rally past Gus's Gamble. At the 8th pole, Back to Reality has disposed of Forest Flash and opened up 3 lengths. Super Iconic moving well into second, but they're not going to get to Back to Reality and Sofia Vives. Back to Reality by 2.5. Super Iconic, then Gus's Gamble, Star Scholar, Forest Flash, and Action Point, 57-2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 5, Back to Reality. Second, number 2, Super Iconic. Third, number 3, Gus's Gamble, and fourth, number 4, Star Scholar. Unofficial race 2 order is 5234. Now down to the winner's circle for the unofficial race 2 winner, number 5, Back to Reality. Back to Reality is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Uncaptured out of Fashion Nation, bred in Florida by Rich Averill and Abracadabra Farms. Sophia Viva is in from Woodbine for the winning victory. Back to Reality is trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. That's the 6th lifetime win for Back to Reality, who proves best, completing the 5/8 today in a time of 57-2. Congratulations to the connections of Back to Reality. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official.
Yep. So what?
I think what I do is I remember this from before, is once I stopped, then I maybe before.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta stop
Do
it first. Yeah.
yeah, but do that like, I don't know. Jake was very good,
Yeah.
but he was here for 10 years, you know?
Fair, yeah.
So.
I gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
So.
And race 2 is now official.
It takes 1 second to do it.
Yeah.
And once I stop it, I'll just go up on that main comment infection, just put another 3 on it, and then I'll get added. And then it's like,
Right.
all right, we'll come after it. It's 3.
Yeah, it's 3, not, yeah.
It's a royal pain in the ass to blow up races.
Yeah, that's true.
Because then we gotta go find the backup,
Backup
copy
footage,
it in,
yeah,
find it, and there's 6 hours of footage to go through.
pain,
So yeah, it's one worth for how long it takes to like change that number.
Yeah.
More worth the hassle.
So why haven't you stopped the capture now though? Why haven't you stopped the capture now?
Well, there's need prices.
Oh, you're waiting for the prices.
We need the prices.
Okay, got it.
Sometimes, like, if the road's close race,
Yeah.
I'll grab this column and press talk and
Yep.
say, hey, is there a photo?
Yeah.
Because if there is a photo, then we can go prices, photo, later
And prices are up. Back to Reality delivers on the 1-5 promise, 260 to win, 210 and 210. Second, number 2, Super Iconic, 540 to place 430. Third, number 3, Gus's Gamble, 460 to show. $2 exacta, 5-2, 1560. The $1 try, 5-2-3, 6205. $1 super, 5-2-3-4, $171 even. And the $2 double, 4-5, pays $5.
It's 3.
3. That's in. Now I go back to the next race.
Just depressing.
And I drop in,
The next thing.
yeah, I drop in,
And we'd like to give a shout out to one of our new sponsors at Niagara Rhinoplasty, where Dr. Jeff M. Robichaud is available. Phone number and email for Niagara Rhinoplasty is up on screen now. And a shout out to our partners at All in One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All in One. Race 3 is coming up in 22 minutes.
Oh, that's easier.
So like if you hit stop and go, oh crap.
Take note that in race 3, the number 3 Charlita will race with bar shoes. 22 minutes to the third.
Media and then capture and then recall that.
Yeah.
Photo recall. Because it'll be just hanging out in one of those AFT, one of those things up there. Richard will tell you which numbers pressed, and you know, you just go toot toot, and
Yeah.
there it is, and the slate is there in 1
Exactly.
second. So that's also critical. You don't always easily pull that up and just stop it because it's like, oh, I didn't know where to photo.
Yeah.
So but you can find that. That hangs up there till the next photo. So,
Beautiful.
sure.
There you go. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, right before the elements.
Yeah.
You could almost go back for a second.
Sure.
You didn't actually hold. You afraid for.
Hold that longer?
Yeah, do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe
Couple seconds.
that's what's kind of cool.
Let
As
the
long as
race
Doug's
go.
not talking, you know, what I mean, you kind of think it, and this way, you know,
Yeah.
so you see the winner. Then
Yeah.
go and then for the. Yeah, that's fine. There's no stop. Team, photo, nice. Motions off.
There you go.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Perfect. That's it.
Good. Very good.
And so, all right, so there's the prices.
Yep.
Then you feel free.
Yeah, you do number 3 for, and then slap that and get ready for the next one, right? Yeah. That's what I can do.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I do, and that's just like, all right.
One less thing to do when
Yep.
you're going to capture. So
Media,
capture menu.
capture, 3.
Yeah.
I always check when they're 3.
Yep.
I think you got a mic active somewhere. You can
What?
turn it off. You got a mic active on intercom somewhere.
Yeah. I guess there was a mic on.
I
Hot mic.
I thought you would press it, hold it.
I guess the top, like the top, the button at the bottom is, or at the side is like press to hold. That's to hold the top. Yeah.
The only other thing I would say
What's
is
that?
just when they're coming out on the track, so you know you've got that coming in, just make sure at some point someone's gonna go right.
Like right, like.
As in like, you know how the horses come out, they all go left?
Oh.
You're gonna get a rogue horse that's just gonna say, nope,
I'm gonna go
I'm
right.
going all the way down around the track.
Yeah, yeah.
So I get on the headset and say, hey, number 5 has gone right.
Yeah, yeah.
But then Graham's not paying attention. He's like 1, you go, so now you're starting out there, 2, which is called, okay, go to the 1, come to you, number 2, all right, well, round number 3, now you're like, oh yeah, now you're like, whoop, you know, all right, try, you know, now you're gonna go find the 3 fast, and it's just get her down back here, because it's like, normally that's kind of what we're doing, so that's the only thing that totally catches you off guard.
Okay, yeah, good to
I'm
know.
always,
Good to know. I
I'm
see what you're
always
saying though.
This kind of hanging out here and this saying, all right, yep.
You gotta watch the monitor and kind of watch where they're going as well, you know.
At times here, because the horses are going to come out and they're going to come out here, so you got time to. My first thing was, I'm looking at the board. You got 6. Sometimes it'll say 2 scratch. It'll say, all right, well now I'm not starting with 2. I'm starting with 3. Now you become odd.
Right.
You're 3, 5.
Yeah, 3, 5, 7. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's just a weird thing too. Is that in your brain you're just thinking, oh yeah, we'll find that.
Do me a favor and unplug both those microphones. Somehow they're going out to air.
Yeah, just look.
Why would they be going out the air?
No idea.
Why would they be going out there? I mean,
Race 3 is at the 5 furlong distance. They made in claiming event for the fillies and mares and for the claiming price of $6,250. And it looks like trainer Stephen Cathcart might have the 1-2 punch here, as he'll send out the 1 Strike a Note as well as the 2 Meritude. And that's where I'll start with the number 2 Meritude, who is the Archie bred. You can see races down at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, as well as Will Rogers Downs most recently. And overall, pretty consistent, especially when moving from Oaklawn to Will Rogers, which you'd expect. Oaklawn, a hot destination in the winter months with the extreme purses that they offer. Just found those kind of ranks to be a little tough, but most recently was second, beaten by a neck. But it's worth noting that was going a mile, is going to cut back in distance, but has shown some early foot. We'll see how speedy this one actually is now here at Fort Erie. Kind of hard to gauge based on those early fractions at Will Rogers, how that will transpire and carry over here. But do really like this one having some recency, most recent start in late April. And the stablemate, the number 1 Strike a Note, also has a race at least this season. That came up at Woodbine May 2nd, where this one showed some speed. Wasn't the fastest out of the gate, sort of chased in second before tiring to finish 6th in that 8-horse event. But with this one being claimed late last year, they had the waiver option, so this horse was ineligible to be claimed last time out. Comes here, takes a drop in class, a significant one, gets blinkers on. And I just think having that early foot and inside draw also helps her chances. Now, finally from here, the number 4, Free Charging, is a fresh face to Fort Erie as well, coming in from Tampa, now in the barn of Cindy Musto. She is 0 for 17, so a little tough for me to get to on the top spot. But you look at some of her races, I do think a race such as the one forward back while sprinting at Tampa would maybe allow her to get a piece in here, but I don't know if 5 furlongs is really what she wants. You can see she was able to sprint earlier in her career back in December of 2024 and then 2025, and more recently had been going longer. But as I mentioned, her best race as of late was at a sprint distance. So we'll see what she can do to get a piece. But it does feel like Stephen Cathcart holds the keys maybe here to the top two, that being the 1 Strike a Note and the 2 Meritude. And I do give the Arkansas bred filly a little bit of the edge. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $20,550. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Strike a Note. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto, Guy Robert Blair, and Dan Blair. Also from the barn of Steve Cathcart is the number 2, Meritude. Praven Badgery rides for owner Pan Am Racing. Aaron Rickman owns and trains the number 3, Charlita. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 4 is Free Charging. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Cindy Musto and owners Bev Curto and Bev Collins. Number 5 is Magnetize. Leo Salas pilots for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Wanda Sue Jones. Completing the field, number 6, All Gravy Baby. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. 3 minutes to post for race 3. 3 minutes to get your race 3 wagers in. Starting gate moving into position for race 3. Not much time left to get those race 3 wagers in. They'll be approaching the gate shortly. Field for race 3 is approaching the starting gate. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Tight for favoritism between the Cathcart stablemates, 8-5 on Strike a Note and 2-1 on Meritude. Either one could be favored at the dispatch. First up will be Strike a Note with Alexis Sanchez. Meritude and Pravin Badri. Horse and rider making their Fort Erie debuts here. Charlita with Edgar Zenteno. Free Charging with Ishmael Mascara. Last in. Still 2 more to go, sorry. Magnetize will come up without the rider, Leo Salas, to climb back aboard. Last in will be All Gravy Baby, blinkers on, with Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. Magnetize was out slowly. Charlita quick to go for the early lead, but Strike a Note does not want to give up the position and will now put the head in front. Stablemate Meritude makes a line of 3 in the center. Good position in 4th, stalking the dueling trio for Free Charging, racing a length better than Magnetize, who's on the inside of All Gravy Baby. It's about 5.5 lengths front to back as they race into the turn, 3 furlongs to travel. The opening quarter was a moderate 23-1. Strike a Note with the blinkers on has a narrow lead over stablemate Meritude, but here comes a 4-wide rush up for Free Charging and Ishmael Mascara. Charlita and Edgar Zenteno are still in contention. Magnetize is next, and All Gravy Baby has trailed throughout. Down the stretch they come. Strike a Note trying to get away from Free Charging, the lead of the length, but Free Charging is still coming. Meritude trying to hold third. It's well back to the rest. The battle is between Strike a Note and Free Charging. Free Charging drifting out, but trying to get an advantage from Strike a Note. These two down to the wire. What a battle! Free Charging proves best. Free Charging over Strike a Note, then Meritude, Magnetize, All Gravy Baby, and Charlita, 59-3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Free Charging. Second is the 1, Strike a Note. Third, number 2, Meritude. And fourth, number 5, Magnetize. Unofficial race 3 order is 4-1-2-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 4, Free Charging. Free Charging is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Take Charge Indy out of Wow Me Free, bred in Kentucky by Ed Seltzer and Beverly Anderson. Ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara, Free Charging is trained by Cindy Musto for owners Beverly Curto and Beverly Collins. Free Charging breaks the maiden in start number 18, her Fort Erie debut, getting up late to complete the 5 furlongs in a time of 59-3. Congratulations to the connections of Free Charging. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Free Charging pulls off a 10-1 upset in race 3, 22-20 to win, 930 and 240. Second, number 1, Strike a Note, 310 and 210. Third, number 2, Meritude, 210 to show. $2 exacta, 4-1, $54 even. The $1 try, 4-1-2, 34.40. $1 super, 4-1-2-5, 80.70. $2 double, 5-4, 40.20. And the $1 pick 3, $45 even. We had a claim out of race 3. The number 1, Strike a Note, claimed by Joy Elkins, moves to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. The Fort Erie Racetrack team mourns the passing of legendary trainer Gil Roundtree, a true icon of Canadian horse racing. Gil's connection to Fort Erie was special. He saddled multiple Prince of Wales Stakes winners at our historic track, etching his name into our record books and thrilling the fans of racing for decades with his skill, class, and dedication to the sport. Gil won the Queen's Plate 4 times, and in 1973 he became the first and still only trainer to have their horses sweep the board in the Prince of Wales Stakes, finishing 1, 2, 3 right here at Fort Erie. His legacy will forever be a part of the heart and soul of Fort Erie Racetrack. Rest in peace, Mr. Gil Roundtree. Race 4 is up next, first leg of the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5. 18 minutes to post, there are no changes.
Race 4 going to kick off our late pick 5. 6 furlongs is the distance for this $8,000 claiming event, looking at 3-year-olds and upward that have not won a race this year or have not won 4 races a lifetime. A very competitive event. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds, and found it really tough to narrow it down to 3, but have to start with one of the veterans in the field on the outside, the number 7, Whereas Essa. Always been a really big fan of this horse, and these connections were able to pick him up last year for a modest price of $6,000 and did well with him. But despite kind of his final race of the season, they did very well. We're able to find the winner's circle, a horse that is handy. He can be forward. He can sit from off of it and come with one run. And I do think post 7 really works to his benefit in here, where he can use some of that speed and he'll look to add to his resume here at Fort Erie. And he can be a little bit of a handful, but watching him get the tack on, I thought he was really well behaved here. And looks great in the outdoor enclosure here at Fort Erie. So just something to note here, he doesn't look any different than he did last year. He looked very good throughout the season and looks to pick up where he left off. Now to his inside is the 6 Heat Merchant for Paula Loescher, a 2-time winner here at Fort Erie, who does maybe have a fitness edge over others in the field, has 2 starts up at Woodbine where he really never got going, which I'm willing to give him a pass. And the most recent race was just over a week ago, but I think getting him back on the dirt is going to be key. You look at some of his efforts here last year, and even when he was defeated, he ran very well. But whereas Essa was able to defeat him on September 8th, he came back. He didn't fire a good race, but he's a horse that I think is a little intriguing, but he'll need the pace to develop. He's not necessarily the quickest of types in here, so the faster they go, the better. And sometimes I prefer him a little bit further, maybe at 6.5. So it just really will come down to how the speed plays out in here. And I still think there's a fair bit of speed. Now the number 3, Paperback Hero. If you've followed Fort Erie over the years, this guy knows how to pick up paychecks. He's ultra consistent. He's handy. They've tried different things with him, and he always shows up. Last year, he just was 1 for 10, but in his prior season, he was able to get 3 wins back in 2024. And I think looking at his style, he's not going to be necessarily the quickest. I know when he won 2 starts back in early October, he was able to take them gate to wire, but that's a different story. It was an off track, and I think that was a conscious decision by Leo Salas to get him involved. I think here you're going to see him roll from off of it. And another one where sometimes 6 furlongs works for him. Sometimes I always think he can go a little bit further than that, but he'll be looking for someone to push horses such as Whereas Essa early. The 2, Silent Miracle, could certainly be that horse drawn more towards the inside. And if the tempo is hot, I do think horses like Paperback Hero and Heat Merchant can roll. But I will go with the 7, Whereas Essa, who's certainly proven here and has a fair bit of speed.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races, going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $23,100. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering, that pool guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade for race 4, number 1 is Attestation. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Jeff Voice owns and trains the number 2, Silent Miracle. The rider is Ishmael Mascara. Number 3 is Paperback Hero. Steve Jadu in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Number 4 is Lincoln Rodhays, Rise My Guy. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Michael Cohen. Louis Cappy owns and trains the number 5, Wet and Wild. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 6 is Heat Merchant. Leo Salas rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Christopher Colaleo. Completing the field, number 7, Where is Essa? Alexis Sanchez rides. Sharon Chicado trains and part-owns with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. $10,000 guaranteed pool in the late pick 5 kicks off here, 1 minute to post. Race 4 field is moving into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your Race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Betting board very wide open. Co-favorite at 7-2 at the moment are the 2 Silent Miracle and the 7 Where Is Essa. 4-1 support on the number 3 Paperback Hero. First to come up will be Attestation, the son of American Pharaoh with Juan Crawford. Silent Miracle in his Fort Erie debut with Ishmael Mascara. Paperback Hero in search of his 10th lifetime win, Steve Jadu. Rise My Guy and Kirk Johnson. Goes up. Wet and Wild with Edgar Zenteno. The Gray Heat Merchant with Leo Salas. And last in will be Where Is Essa with Alexis Sanchez. All set. And they're off. Paperback Hero out a bit slowly. The others all out well from the outside. Where Is Essa? Here comes Silent Miracle. And on the rail, Attestation wants that early lead. It's going to be Attestation and Juan Crawford. Half length back to Silent Miracle, who's back applying the pressure. Heat Merchant out deep. Also there, Wet and Wild. Widest is Where Is Essa? Good position for Rise My Guy, racing in 6th. And it's about 5 more lengths back to Paperback Hero, who can see them all. 22 and 2, it's a very contested pace. They race into the turn, and now Wet and Wild comes up 3 deep to put the head in front of Silent Miracle, who's racing between horses with Attestation ridden along the rail. Heat Merchant 2 lengths off the leaders in 4th. It's another 2 to Rise My Guy, then Where Is Essa, and Paperback Hero still at the back. Final quarter of a mile, the half was 45 and 3, and now Wet and Wild has control. It's Wet and Wild and Edgar Zenteno. Room up the rail for Rise My Guy if good enough. Heat Merchant out wide. Attestation trying to dig back in. Paperback Hero in the orange blinkers not doing enough today. It's Wet and Wild and Edgar Zenteno strolling home and drawing clear. Wet and Wild going to win by 2 3/4 over Heat Merchant, then Rise My Guy, Attestation, Paperback Hero, Where Is Essa, then Silent Miracle, 1 10 and 3. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 5, Wet and Wild. Second, number 6, Heat Merchant. Third, number 4, Rise My Guy. And fourth, number 1, Attestation. Unofficial race 4 order, 5, 6, 4, 1. Now down to the winner's circle for the unofficial race 4 winner, number 5, Wet n Wild. Wet n Wild is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Gormley out of Silent Sinner, bred here in Ontario by Kevin Beswick. Owned and trained by Louis Cappy, Wet n Wild was ridden to victory today by Edgar Zenteno. First win of the season for Wet n Wild, his 5th lifetime win in 27 starts. He completes the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:10:3. Congratulations to the connections of Wet n Wild. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. Race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Wet n Wild returns $15.20 to win, $6.50 and $4.10. Second, number 6, Heat Merchant, $4.80 to place, $3.50. Third, number 4, Rides My Guy, $4.90 to show. $2 exact, the 5.6, $56.80. The $1 try, $5.64. $185.95. $1 super, $5.641. $1,056.10. $2 double, $4.5, $209.80. And the $1 pick 3, $164.05. And Fort Erie would like to wish a happy 50th birthday to Chris Dobson, celebrating with us today. Happy birthday, Chris, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the Fort Erie Racetrack team would like to acknowledge the passing of Mike Doyle. Mike's prolific training career, which included winning the $125,000 Rainbow Connection Stakes at Fort Erie, placed him among the elite of Canadian horse racing icons. With more than 1,000 wins and $44 million in purse earnings under his belt, Mike's incredible work as a trainer earned him an induction into the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame in 2025. From humble beginnings in Ireland, where he was born into a family of longtime horse trainers, Doyle headed to Canada in the 70s, where he quickly rose to prominence, racking up major wins at Woodbine and Fort Erie throughout the 80s and 90s and into the 2000s, and mentoring future Hall of Famers like Josie Carroll along the way. Rest in peace to Mr. Mike Doyle. Race 5 is the co-featured Summer Solstice Cup. We have an overweight on the number 1, Frederica's Rose, 2 pound over at 122. 19 minutes to post.
4 down, 4 to go here on opening day. We're going to have our first of 2 cup races here in race number 5. It's the 5 furlong Summer Solstice Cup, restricted to the maidens here, stabled at Fort Erie. Fillies and mares looking to graduate in this nice little cup race, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. I think a couple of horses maybe don't want to go to 5 ace long term, but this is their starting point for the season, and I think that does include my top pick in here, the number 4, Seeking Title Ready. This one for Charles Fipke, Mickey Neubauer, the conditioner, a horse that has 2 races under her belt. They both came last year as a 3-year-old up at Woodbine while in the barn of Roger Atfield, and just very different trips in those races. You can see on the debut, she was able to roll from sort of that back flight to finish 3rd, beaten by 2 1/4. She got a very nice 64 by her speed figure, and then in her following start, she went from 6.5 to 7 furlongs, and she found herself forward, went really quick on the front end. 22-2, 44-4, and then 109-3 for a final time of 123. And I think her showing speed, it just didn't work out for her. But obviously she went to the sidelines after that as well. She'll look to regroup here, and you just look at her breezes. She's had 3 workouts, published drills, and you can see all of them bullets. Most recently 47-2. So eye-catching works, a barn that does very well with these horses for Fipke, so looking forward to seeing her. But I do wonder if she wants to go a little bit further than this longer term. Now to her inside, the number 3, Captain Clutch, goes out for Icon Racing, Anthony Adamo. They obviously have a win earlier on the program. They'll look to get another one here. Sophia Vivas was the pilot of that horse, going to climb aboard this one for the first time, which is a new acquisition. Made 1 start last year as a 2-year-old. Then you can see dropped in on May 8th for just $15,000 and now joins this barn. I think you kind of look at the reloads when we think about horses maybe coming from Woodbine and connections wanting to pick them up out of those claiming races. We see a lot of reloads come here on the dirt. We also see a lot of super speedies. So from a pedigree standpoint and the fact that this horse showed speed last time out, combined with these conditions, you certainly have to use this one, and I would be cautious of maybe tossing this one out of your late pick 4 tickets. I just think it'd be a silly move, and a horse that obviously could take the Summer Solstice Cup. And finally, the 2, Naked in the Forest, another one that comes in here fresh off the claim, made her 3-year-old debut at the $15,000 level, which was a considerable drop in class for her. Now joins Roy Augustino. She showed some speed. I don't know how quick she'll really be. She sort of chased the pace in there, but she does have a little bit of an inside draw, having stall too. And I think in a race like this, you have to vie for position early on. But consistent, you can see she's got a 2nd and a 3rd on her resume, and I do think she will have to go towards the front to be competitive. But interesting, there does look to be a fair bit of speed signed on here. A nice field of 7 to kick off this late pick 4 sequence. And as I mentioned, our first of 2 cup races here on opening day. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is the co-feature of the day, the $30,000 guaranteed Summer Solstice Cup, a maiden stakes for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up that have been based here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We're going 5 furlongs. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have a late change to announce in race 8. If you'll turn your programs forward to race 8, we have a late rider change on the number 5 Sunset Skippy. Make the rider on Sunset Skippy Juan Crawford. Post parade for the Summer Solstice Cup. Number 1 is Frederica's Rose. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Candice Warwick. Even Steven Stables own the number 2, Naked in the Forest. Steve Jadu pilots for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 3 is Captain Clutch. Sophia Vives riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 4 is Charles Fipke's Seeking Title Ready. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer. Number 5 is Our Skyline, ridden today by Corey Jordan. Cindy Musto trains and part owns with Gary Wright. Number 6 is No Mistake. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. And completing the field, number 7, Blues Mommy. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 1 minute to post for race 5. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 starts here. This is the Summer Solstice Cup. Starting gate moving into position. Last call to get your race 5 wagers in. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 starts here. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the Summer Solstice Cup. Close on the wagering board, 8-5 on the 3, Captain Clutch, 9-5 on number 4, Seeking Title Ready. First to go up is Frederica's Rose with Ishmael Mascara. Captain Clutch. Naked in the Forest has gone in. Captain Clutch and Sofia Vives next. Gate 4 for Seeking Title Ready, Melanie Pinto in the Charles Fipke Silks. Our Skyline, the Gray Filly with Corey Jordan. No Mistake and Kirk Johnson. Last in will be Blues Mommy and Edgar Zenteno. Blues Mommy goes in, all set. And they're off in the Summer Solstice Cup. A perfect beginning. They started in a line of 7, but Captain Clutch is wasting no time getting away. It's Captain Clutch and Sofia Vives, a length and a quarter to Seeking Title Ready and Melanie Pinto. Gap of 2 to Naked in the Forest and Steve Jadu racing a path off the rail. Frederica's Rose and No Mistake next. Blues Mommy widest, and the trailer is Our Skyline. Midway round the turn, 22-2, and Pinto says go on Seeking Title Ready. Puts the head in front of a persistent Captain Clutch. Here comes a move from Blues Mommy into third on the outside of Naked in the Forest as No Mistake comes under a drive. They reach the head of the lane, and Captain Clutch counter punches, fights back with Seeking Title Ready. These two still up by 4. Naked in the Forest and Blues Mommy are next as they race within the 8th pole. Captain Clutch now going better than Seeking Title Ready. Naked in the Forest rallying up the inside, but not going to get to Captain Clutch. Captain Clutch holds on a neck to a fast closing Naked in the Forest. Then Blues Mommy, Frederica's Rose, Seeking Title Ready, Our Skyline, and No Mistake. Final time for the 5 furlongs, a minute flat. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 3, Captain Clutch. Second is the 2, Naked in the Forest. Third, number 7, Blues Mommy, and fourth, number 1, Frederica's Rose. Unofficial race 5 order, 3271. Race 5 is now official. Now crossing the turf course into the infield stakes winner's circle is the official winner of the Summer Solstice Cup, number 3, Captain Clutch. Captain Clutch is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Reload out of mid-season form, bred here in Ontario by Northern Dawn Stables. Ridden to victory today by Sofia Vives, Captain Clutch is trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. That's a double on the card for Vives, Adamo, and Icon. Captain Clutch breaks the maiden in start number 3, holding on at the wire to complete the 5 furlongs in a time of 1 minute flat. Congratulations to the connections of Captain Clutch. Prices are up. Captain Clutch pays $5.20 to win, $3.30 and $2.80. Second, number 2, Naked in the Forest, $5.60 to place, $3.90. Third, number 7, Blues Mommy, $8.90 to show. $2 exacta, $3.2, $22.90. The $1 try, $3.27, $205.30. $1 super, $3.271, $694.90. $2 double, $5.3, $33.20. $1 pick 3, $275.75. $1 early pick 4, $531.15. And the $1 early pick 5, $927.15. And we're going to head down to the winner's circle, where Ashley Mayu is on hand with the winning connections of Captain Clutch.
Our first cup race here of the year goes to Captain Clutch here for Icon Racing. Tony Adamo, the conditioner, ridden by Sophia Vivas. And Sophia, in terms of the trip in here, obviously this horse has speed. Did you expect to get out there for a little bit on your own?
Yes, that was the plan, was to break, get her in contention early, put her on the front end. She did take a hard press, but she showed today that she's got a little bit of grit, so hopefully it sets us up very well for the next race.
You mentioned being hard pressed by the four, seeking title ready. Did you get nervous at all, or did you feel like you had enough horse?
No, Adamo and the owners, they're a great team. Their horses are ready. If they have anything, it is a big finish. So I think with that team backing us, you go in the races very confident.
Congrats.
Thank you.
We'll talk to trainer Tony Adamo next. And Tony, 2 for 2 now on the day, a couple of other chances later. But to have success again early in the meet here in these cup races, what does this mean to you and the team?
Yeah, it's a long meet, so whether we win today or not, I think we're going to get it done at some point. So it's nice to win it, though. Obviously, this was a tough race for her. I thought, because I thought the 4 and the 2, and there were a lot of horses that were fit already. But I always say, you don't have to be the best horse in the race. You got to be the best that day. You know what I mean? You don't have to be the best horse. But today she proved she was. I thought, took a hard press and still fended off the rest. So she ran good. She deserved it today.
And obviously this season is kind of a follow-up to a big year for you guys last year in the team. Do you feel like the pressure's on a little bit more, or no, just take it day by day?
No, I don't feel no pressure. I mean, the pressure on for me and the team, it's a team effort from Woodbine crew to Fort Erie, and the pressure's on during the week. The day of, there's nothing more we can do. So you hope it's a good day. But this was a great crowd. This is great today for everybody. Icon Racing, again, they pick the horses out, and if they work out, it works out. If not, we find a claimer, I guess, for horses. It's not a big deal, you know what I mean? So we just go on and move forward. And I want to thank the crew, Woodbine and Fort Erie. They put in all the work during the week.
Congrats, Tony.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Captain Clutch coming in clutch here in our first cup race of the season.
Race 6 is coming up next in 16 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 6 kicks off our final pick 3 wagering opportunity of the day. It's a $5,000 claiming event for colts and geldings that have not won a race in 2026 or have not won 4 races lifetime. At an interesting distance here of 6.5. Really nice to see one of these longer sprint races on opening day. And I thought this was a pretty wide open betting affair. I did gravitate a little bit towards the rail runner, the one If You Insist. This one from Mark Fournier, who, when you look at this horse in particular, absolutely loves it here at Fort Erie, a 4-time winner, yet to finish worse than second. And the fun thing about him is it really hasn't mattered the level that he's been at. When he's been in for 4,000, he's been competitive. When he's been against kind of the allowance, non-winners of 3 life, he was able to pick up that condition. So I think with that in mind, the inside draw, the fact that he can sit the trip, where if he wants to be forward, he can, or he can just make one run from a stalking position, makes him very dangerous. So use him on top. A couple of others to maybe consider. The 6, Kitty Holiday, is a horse that you kind of go back historically, typically runs quite well off a layoff. Was able to do that last year, came back on opening day, and looked no worse for the wear after having the winner off. Came right back to the winner's circle, and from then was quite consistent. Now, you might look at his form late in the season and not necessarily love it. He did have a little bit of a trouble trip, 2 starts back, and then in his final start, he didn't fire. But I much prefer him on the dirt personally, and I think getting back here is what he needs to do and to take a step forward. And you also have to consider the races that he was in last year were just considerably tougher throughout. You look at some of the names: Stylish Gent, a Victory March, a horse that's been a very hardy sprinter here over the years. It can even stretch out to the longer sprint distances. I just think this is some much needed maybe class relief for Kitty Holiday to just get his season started. I think this is the starting point, and he'll take step forwards from here. Finally, the number 2, Cantucci, has the race day edge over a lot in this field. We've seen him twice so far, both down at Mountaineer, where he's in that first level allowance. He sort of chased the pace and failed to fire, finishing 4th there in that compact field. And then he came back. He was in for 3,200, and no one took him out of there. He was second behind all the way. I thought it was a really game performance where he tried so hard. He just was denied. So another one that I think makes a lot of sense here, had some success last season, was a 2-time winner. We see both of those wins here, and they've been at 6 and 6.5. Another one that I think, in terms of the 6.5 furlong distance, it does suit him well. He'll have the fitness edge, and I do think you have to use him at least. But one other horse I wanted to make a comment on is the number 5 and Name of the Game. I have to say now, at the age of 5, he looks better this year than he did as a 4-year-old. He really caught my eye. He's behaved well. And when we talk about this race from a pace perspective, one to at least factor in to your tickets, because he should be forward. He's been very speedy in some of his races, and when he gets loose on the lead, he's dangerous. But physically, I just wanted to point him out because I thought he looked tremendous when he was getting the tack on. But for me, I will stick with the number 1, If You Insist. We'll try to add to his local resume here at Fort Erie and his 7th dirt start. We'll see if he can get that 5th win. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and the final rolling 20-cent pick 3 of the day. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is If You Insist. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Mark Fournier and owners Tanya Orth, Dean Zaniel, and David Green. Number 2 is Cantucci. Brian Shane in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 3 is Bill Needle. Edgar Zenteno at the controls for trainer Joe Humber and owner Eleanor Tonguzzo. Gerald Attard owns the number 4 Bingo's Grind. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Michael Cohen. Number 5 is Name of the Game. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Completing the field, number 6 Kitty Holiday. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owners Mike Newell and Jim Vitier. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race 6. Field for race 6, heading into the chute, approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your race 6 wagers in. And race 6 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 5-2 is the number 1, If You Insist. And we'd like to thank everybody who's made it out here today for opening day. We have a tremendous crowd on hand enjoying this beautiful late spring day here at Fort Erie. So thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you again this season. If You Insist and Juan Crawford have gone in. Cantucci and Brian Shane to gate 2. Bill Needle with Edgar Zenteno. Next up will be Bingo's Grind. In the blue blinkers, red shadow roll, Emil Ramsamy. The gray, Name of the Game, and Kirk Johnson. And last in will be Kitty Holiday with Alexis Sanchez. All set. And they're off. If You Insist broke sharply from the rail, but Name of the Game also wants that early lead. Breaking well and stalking early is Kitty Holiday. These three have opened up 3 lengths on the next trailing trio. Cantucci down along the inside with Bill Needle and Bingo's Grind. It's a battle for the early lead between Name of the Game and If You Insist. They're head and head as they race down the backside and reach the opening quarter in 22-4. Kitty Holiday has dropped down to the inside, racing 5 lengths off the dueling leaders. Then we have Bingo's Grind moving up on the outside under Emil Ramsamy. Cantucci and Bill Needle share the trailing position. 3 furlongs left to travel. If You Insist is trying to get away now from Name of the Game. Here comes Bingo's Grind with momentum into third past Kitty Holiday. Bill Needle and Cantucci yet to tack on. If You Insist is given the slip to Name of the Game past a half in 45-3, but he may have to deal with an oncoming Bingo's Grind. Bingo's Grind is into second. It's If You Insist up by a length, well back to Kitty Holiday and Name of the Game. If You Insist clinging to the lead, but here comes Bingo's Grind. Bingo's Grind on the outside of If You Insist. It's down to these two. Bingo's Grind, If You Insist. If You Insist kicks back on for the win. If You Insist over Bingo's Grind, then Kitty Holiday, Bill Needle, Name of the Game, and Cantucci, 6.5 in 117 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 1, If You Insist. Second is the 4, Bingo's Grind. Third, number 6, Kitty Holiday. And fourth, number 3, Bill Needle. Unofficial race 6 order, 1-4-6-3. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 1, If You Insist. If You Insist is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Frack Daddy out of OK1 More, bred here in Ontario by Daniel Mooney. Juan Crawford with the winning ride. If You Insist is trained by Mark Fournier for owners Tanya Orth, Dean Zaniel, and David Green. 6th lifetime win for If You Insist, 5 of which have come here on the Fort Erie dirt. He completes the 6.5 furlongs today in a time of 1:17 flat. Congratulations to the connections of If You Insist. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Race 6 is now official. Prices are up. If You Insist returns $5 to win, $3.30 and $2.20. Second, number 4, Bingo's Grind, $7.70 to place, $3.20. Third, number 6, Kitty Holiday, $2.20 to show. $2 exacta, 1.4, 44.30. The $1 try, 1.46, 50.20. $1 super, 1.463, $189.45. $2 double, 3.1, 15.30. And the $1 pick 3, 45.65. The fan favorite Wiener Dog races come back to Fort Erie Racetrack on Sunday, July 12th. As always, admission is free. For registration details, head to our website. And we'd like to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA Insurance, we will see you through to the finish line. And a thank you to another one of our sponsors, TELUS. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. On screen now is the 4th place photo from race 6. Race 7 is up next. In 17 minutes, there are no changes.
Race 7 is a very nice allowance race here. It might be a compact field, but there's some quality in this 5.5 furlong sprint. And, you know, on paper, the main two are the 2, Garofoli, and the 5, Shaku Maku. And I think the difference maker, in my opinion, might be a little bit with the distance here. It's specifically being 5.5. I think if it was 5/8, I'd be a little bit more inclined to use Shaku Maku from that outside draw, but at 5.5, Garofoli, it makes a lot of sense here. Icon Racing, Tony Adamo looking to make it 3 wins here on the opening day card. And the other edge that Garofoli has is he's got a race under his belt. You can go back to that effort back at the beginning of May at Finger Lakes and watch the replay. He was pretty game throughout there. Sofia Vivas was the pilot, and he was able to put away some of his rivals. So like that he has that foundation already this year. He had some big performances as well last season here, and I think this is just the starting point for him. So he is the top pick. He will be an extremely short price. And mention his main rival is on the outside, the number 5, Shaku Maku, who, getting a good look at him here, he looks great. Now at the age of 8, he hasn't lost it at all physically. Looked great in the saddle enclosure, was well behaved. That's always been a key with him, and that's going to be key as he heads to the gate. But look at him last year. He was just 1 for 7, a lot of runner-up placings and minor placings. He is game, he is tough, but as I mentioned it, I do prefer him a little bit more at the 5 furlong trip. But we'll see if he's ready to roll and continue to add to his resume here at Fort Erie. He's the most accomplished and 8-time winner over this main track. And finally from here, the number 1, Pine Knoll. He's the veteran in the field, the 9-year-old. If you pull up his past performances, he's been just about everywhere. New York, Oaklawn Park, toward the Kentucky circuit, and now in the later stages of his career, he's found himself back up at Woodbine and now joins the Sharon Chicago barn. We'll get him back on the dirt for the first time in quite some time. He is 0 for 4 on this surface, but I do think he's intriguing, coming out of some tough races up there at Woodbine. Even when you look at the race 3 back where he was 3rd, Go-Kart Mozart, I believe, won yesterday up at Woodbine, a horse that's been really tough over the last couple of seasons. And just kind of looking at the conditions of those races, you do feel like Pine Knoll's been in some deep waters and could be interesting here from the inside position. I don't know if he's necessarily as quick in here. There's a ton of speed on paper, but maybe that sets up well for him and allows Melanie Pinto just to use that inside draw and kind of play it from there. But we'll see who's able to get that win here for the first time this year at Fort Erie. From me, to go to the number 3, Garofoli as the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $25,050. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Also take note, we have the winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw to announce. Could Donna LaBate, Heather Hudson, and Maxine Malloy please head to customer service? Once again, that's Donna LaBate, Heather Hudson, and Maxine Malloy. Congratulations, you have won today's non-winning ticket prize draws. Please head to customer service to collect your prizes. Post parade for race 7, number 1 is Pine Knoll, ridden by Melanie Pinto for trainer Sharon Chicado and owners Carmen Demizio, Danny Lococo, and Mary Biamont. Number 2 is Truly Mischief. Praven Badgery has the call for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Number 3 is Garofoli. Sophia Vives riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Denise Carpenter owns the number 4, Pat's Gamble. Steve Jadu riding for trainer John Sims. Completing the field, number 5, Shaku Maku. Kirk Johnson rides for owner-trainer Tony Alderson. 2 minutes to post for race 7. Late double wagering starts here. Race 7 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 1-2 favorite is the number 3, Garofoli, looking to give Vives, Adamo, and Icon their third on the card. 3-1 support on the number 5, Shaku Maku. This race kicks off the late double on today's card. First in is the 9-year-old Pine Knoll with Melanie Pinto. Truly Mischief, Praven Badri in the bright orange silks. Garofoli and Sofia Vives, the track record holder at this 5.5 furlong distance. Pat's Gamble with Steve Jadu, making his Fort Erie debut. And the last up will be Shaku Maku and Kirk Johnson. 1-5 now on Garofoli. Shaku Maku, reluctant to go up, as he's known to be. Up now, all set. And they're off. Perfect beginning. Garofoli from the center with Shaku Maku out wide. Also keeping up early is Truly Mischief. These three have opened up 2 lengths on Pine Knoll, who races on the inside of Pat's Gamble. They race down the backside, and now Shaku Maku, using his signature speed, has burst 2 lengths clear of Garofoli, who tracks from second as they begin to string out. Truly Mischief in the orange is third, past an opening quarter in 21-4. Pat's Gamble now alone in fourth, and that leaves Pine Knoll at the back. Midway round the turn, it's still Shaku Maku on top. Now Vives angles Garofoli to the outside to launch his bid. A quarter of a mile to go. The top 2 have 5 lengths on Truly Mischief. Then it's Pat's Gamble and Pine Knoll yet to tack on. At the top of the lane, Garofoli has overtaken Shaku Maku. Truly Mischief trying to get back into second with Pat's Gamble, but Garofoli is well clear with just over a 16th to go. Asked a little bit by Vives, but under no threat, it's Garofoli on top. Garofoli going to win by 4 over a late charging Pat's Gamble, then Shaku Maku, Truly Mischief, and Pine Knoll. 5.5 in 103 flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 3, Garofoli. Second, number 4, Pat's Gamble. Third, number 5, Shaku Maku. And fourth, number 2, Truly Mischief. Unofficial race 7 order, 3-4-5-2. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 3, Garofoli. Garofoli is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Super Speedy out of Sky Mother Earth, bred here in Ontario by Stephen Burks. That's a triple on the card for the team of jockey Sofia Vives, trainer Tony Adamo, and owner Icon Racing Stables. Garofoli, a perfect 2 for 2 to start 2026. That's his 7th lifetime win in 22 starts. He completes the 5.5 furlongs today in a time of 1:03 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Garofoli. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. Garofoli at 1-5 returns 240 to win, 210 and 210. Second, number 4, Pat's Gamble, 430 to place 280. Third, number 5, Shaku Maku, 250 to show. $2 exacta, 3-4, 870. The $1 try, 3-4-5, 1385. $1 super, 3-4-5-2, 2955. $2 double, 1-3, 750. And the $1 pick 3, 940. Be sure to bring Dad out for the races on Father's Day, Sunday, June 21st. Post time for Father's Day will be 12:15. The Father's Day card is presented by Portage M&A Advisory. We'll have stakes races, the farmers market on site, and prize draws. And we'd like to give a big shout out to The Place, the track sponsor of the Trackside Tiki Bar, the place to go after the races at 981 Garrison Road, Fort Erie. Race 8 is the Sprint into Summer Cup. We have a rider change on the number 5, Sunset Skippy. Make the rider Juan Crawford. 19 minutes to post.
We'll round things out here in race number 8, a 5-furlong event. It is our second cup race on the card, the Sprint into Summer Cup. And looking at this group of maidens, it's a big field, our biggest field on opening day with 9 runners in here. And let's start with the number 9 on the outside, Sasagula River here. This one now in the barn of Roy Agostino, a horse that when you look at kind of his efforts, he's been third in both of them, but different trips in those races. On debut, he was in just for 7,500 at Turfway Park, showed early speed in there, and then surrendered to finish third. It does flatter that performance at the runner-up, came back to graduate in the following start. And I said it was only for 7,500, but something to consider at Turfway Park is the meet has gotten a lot more competitive in recent years with their big boost in purses. So I think that goes a little bit further here when you're trying to compare this one and how this one might do against this group. And then next time out, this horse is in for 15,000. First start off a little bit of a freshening and ran well, a different trip. Wasn't able to make the lead in there. They did go a lot quicker than that race at Turfway Park. They went sub 45 to the half, and this one was third, defeated by 4 lengths as the favorite. Really curious to see this one on the dirt. Game winners are just fine on this surface. And I do like the outside draw, but obviously this one will have to be speedy and probably show that speed like he did on debut to be effective. Others to consider, the 6 Aston Style. It's rightfully so that this horse is going to take so much respect based on those dirt performances down at Gulfstream Park. When you look at those races, you always have to factor in that a mile is going 1 turn, and kind of looking at the level of competition and how he ran, he makes a lot of sense here. He has been forward in a good number of his races, whether they've been sprinting or around 2 turns, and does have some more recent form dating back to March of this year down at Gulfstream Park. It was on the grass, and then more recently on the Tapeta, where he tried to take them gate to wire but was 4th best. So really excited to see him back on the dirt. Got to look at him. Pretty leggy, pretty big horse here, who maybe wants to go further down the road, but I do think is going to take a liking here to the Fort Erie main track. And then rounding out my top 3 is the number 1 Spiritual Man, who does have some dirt form. You can go to those races at Mahoning Valley most recently, but was 3rd here late last year. Has been able to race 3 times since then. I mentioned at Mahoning, 3rd best in both of them, and different trips. I mean, when you look at the race 3 back, where there's some moisture in the dirt, didn't necessarily go as fast early on, but he found himself forward in that compact field, and he did surrender. But I did like his next out performance. He only missed by 2 lengths. The top 2 came back to win next out, and I thought it was a nice trip that he was able to sit in there. We've seen him once since then up at Woodbine just about 3 weeks ago, which I think timing works beautifully. And again, 2nd best behind a next out winner. So in terms of productivity, he comes out of some really good races. And sometimes Mahoning horses take to the surface, sometimes they don't. We'll see how he fares from the inside draw, but he looks good here in the paddock. I will say my top pick, the number 9, Sasagula River, is acting up just a little bit here as they'll put the tack on him. So still a couple of minutes to get involved here in the nightcap. A beautiful betting race. Mentioned it's a field of 9. Don't forget about the jackpot high 5. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is the $30,000 guaranteed Sprint into Summer Cup. This is a maiden stakes for Colton Geldings, who have been based here at Fort Erie Racetrack, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs. Race 8 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. Post parade for the Sprint into Summer Cup. Number 1 is Spiritual Man. Luis Contreras rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 2 is Slightly Naughty with Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Eric Raganoff trains and owns in partnership with Nancy Raganoff. David Mathis owns the number 3, Heavy Like a Chevy. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Julie Mathis. Number 4 is Wood Glen Court. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Number 5 is Richard Walpole's Sunsket Skippy. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for trainer Tom Steer. Number 6 is Aston Style. Melanie Pinto riding for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Mary Biamont. Number 7 is 4 Beach Friends. Sophia Vives riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Hesty Sport own the number 8 Grand Ghost. Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Richard Davis. And completing the field, number 9, Sasagula River. Steve Jadu pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Born to Run Racing Stable. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. This is the Sprint into Summer Cup to close out the day here at Fort Erie. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot high 5 wagering offered here. Race 8 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the sprint into Summer Cup. Current favorite at 9-5 is the 7, 4 Beach Friends. 7-2 support on the 6, Aston Style. 9-2 on the 9, Sassagoula River. We got a field of 9 to close out the opening day card here at Fort Erie. First up is Spiritual Man with Luis Contreras. First time starter Slightly Naughty with Kirk Johnson. Heavy Like a Chevy, the gray with Helen Vanek. Great to see Helen back in the saddle with us. Wood Glen Court with Edgar Zenteno. Sunset Skippy with Juan Crawford. Still waiting on Sunset Skippy. Goes up now. And backs out. Rider is off Sassagoula River behind the gate. Now Sunset Skippy goes in. Aston Style and Melanie Pinto to gate 6. The favorite, 4 Beach Friends, looking to give Vives Adamo and Icon their 4th win of the day. Grand Ghost and Pierre Mailhot. Sassagoula River fractious behind the gate. Grand Ghost goes up. Just waiting on Sassagoula River, who's going to load without the rider. Goes up, Steve Jadu to climb back aboard. And we're all set for a start. And they're off in the sprint into Summer Cup. Slow breaks for Sassagoula River, Grand Ghost, and Spiritual Man. Early speed on the inside from Slightly Naughty with 4 Beach Friends and Sunset Skippy between them, though that's Heavy Like a Chevy. Gap of 4 to Aston Style, who races on the outside as they go into the turn. Down along the inside, Spiritual Man racing as a pair with Sunset Skippy. Then we have Wood Glen Court in the olive green silks, and at the back, Grand Ghost and Sassagoula River. 22-1. It's a battle up front. Slightly naughty and heavy like a Chevy. 4 Beach Friends on the outside. Sunset Skippy tries to make a rally with Woodgun Court at the head of the lane. 4 Beach Friends trying to get away from a stubborn Slightly Naughty. Down the outside, here comes Aston Style with a late charge, but it's 4 Beach Friends. And so Via Vives on top. It's Icon's world, and we're all just living in it. 4 Beach Friends makes it 4 on the day for Vives, Adamo, and Icon. Aston Style charging for second, then Slightly Naughty. Sunset Skippy, Grand Ghost, Sasagula River, Heavy Like a Chevy, Wood Glen Court, and Spiritual Man. Final time for the 5 furlongs, 58-1. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 7, 4 Beach Friends. Second is the 6, Aston Style. Third, number 2, Slightly Naughty. Fourth was the 5, Sunset Skippy. Unofficial race 8 order, 7, 6, 2, 5. Now crossing the turf course into the infield stakes winner's circle, the unofficial winner of the Sprint into Summer Cup, number 7, 4 Beach Friends. 4 Beach Friends is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Speightstown out of Power Move, bred in Kentucky by Phipps Stable. That's 4 on the day for the team of jockey Sofia Vives, trainer Tony Adamo, and owner Icon Racing Stables. 4 Beach Friends breaks the maiden in start number 13, taking his Fort Erie debut in the Sprint into Summer Cup, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58-1. Congratulations to the connections of 4 Beach Friends. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. And let's head down to the winner's circle where Ashley Mayu is on hand once again with Sofia Vives and Tony Adamo.
Well, Four Beach Friends makes it a 4-win day for the Connections here by taking the nightcap, the sprint into Summer Cup. And Sophia, I want to ask you about the break. The two horses you're outside, they had problems loading and they had a bad break. Did that impact you at all, or are you happy with your position?
No, I was very happy. This horse broke like a rocket. Actually outbroke everybody. The two inside horses decided to send up a little bit, so I thought if we have enough finish as we did the other three today, if we sat off just a touch, we'd be able to win them.
And this partnership with Tony and Icon Racing has been kind of in the works the last couple of seasons. You rode for them down at the Finger Lakes, you've ridden for them up at Woodbine, but obviously you probably had options to maybe go to Woodbine today or come here, but it has to feel extra sweet with the day that you've had.
It's beautiful. It's such a great team, and I have to thank everybody on the Adamo team. It's a big crew, and all of your hard work really does show off, and I'm very, very thankful. Thankful to Tony for all the laps and good training. He does an excellent job, and these horses are just very happy horses, so they excel.
Congrats on a big day today and a huge day yesterday as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, I'll see you back. Okay.
Tony. Is typically on during the week and not today, but the way the barn was rolling throughout the day, the momentum carried here. In terms of this horse coming in your barn from Gulfstream Park, it's been with Icon down there, but came here. Were you happy with the condition the horse came up with?
Oh, absolutely. The horse was really good condition. We were going to run up at Woodbine, and then the condition book wasn't perfect for us, so we just decided to wait for this race. So I got to thank Icon, Nick, Dave, Anna, Megan. They love the business. They love Fort Erie, and they just want to support the track. And they'll continue to claim and hopefully continue to success. But the barn too. The barn deserves all of it. Even Woodbine. Like, these horses were up at Woodbine before they even came down here. So a shout out to the crew up at Woodbine and the crew here at Fort Erie.
Congrats, Tony.
Thank you.
The momentum from last year has certainly carried forward here, already off to a hot start, that being Sofia Vives, Icon Racing, and trainer Tony Adamo as they sweep the Cup races today and go 4 for 4 on opening day.
It's official, prices are up. Four Beach Friends pays $530 to win, $280 and $240. Second, number 6, Aston Style, $280 to place, $240. Third, number 2, Slightly Naughty, $8.90 to show. $2 exacta, 7.6, $11.30. The $1 try, 7.62, $77.15. $1 super, 7.625, $483.50. More information about the Jackpot High Five will be available later. $2 double, 3.7, pays $8.40. $1 pick 3, $12.25. $1 late pick 4, $38.15, and the $1 late pick 5, $284.45. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Sunday, June 7th. Post time is at 12:15. Be sure to stick around for a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring the Figure 4. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. And a thank you to our new partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have helped us keep the grass looking green and lush. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or on Channel 100 Epico. It's Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, or Sundays at noon. And we'd like to say a big thank you to everybody who joined us here for this fantastic opening day card here from Fort Erie. Had a fantastic crowd on site. It was great to see everybody here enjoying our first day of the season. We'll be back a week today, Sunday, June 7th. Post time will be 12:15, and we hope to see you all back as the season progresses. From all of us here at Fort Erie, thank you and good night.